Loud. Am I holding this there too for her? Both of them? Test, test. Test, test. Better. Test, test. Okay, hello everyone, and welcome to the Breeding Gilt Open Show. I'm going to introduce the lady who is singing our national anthem. Her name is April Fernandez. She's from Kearney, Nebraska.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, thank you. I would like to make an announcement for a special guest that we have tonight, Seth Mitchell. He's from Nebraska, pork producer. Just give him a warm welcome.
Sure. Well, thank you for that introduction. It's certainly my pleasure to be with you all here this evening. My name's Seth Mitchell. I'm the relatively new executive director of the Nebraska Pork Producers Association. I've been in this role for coming up on 6 months here this weekend. So it's been a pleasure to work on behalf of pork producers across the state of Nebraska. And, you know, as we think about our young people here in the show ring tonight. Encourage you all to think of yourselves as being a part of that story, being a part of the pork industry. Recognize your place in the industry, and we represent you. We work for everybody, and my goal here this weekend is to meet as many of you as possible, hear your stories, and understand how we can better work with you to grow the next generation of leaders. I myself grew up showing hogs in Southeast Illinois. I'm a product of this program, and I can say with a pretty high degree of confidence that I wouldn't be in this role today had I not been handed a show pig when I was 8 years old. And so certainly on a personal level, recognize the importance of this program for bringing up the next generation of leaders. Applaud all the parents, the breeders, and the feeders out there helping raise our young people to be responsible, hardworking adults. You know, at the Nebraska Pork Producers, we have our Youth Ambassador program. We have some other educational resources and looking forward to more ways that we can engage our board is very excited to engage with the youth segment of the industry. We just went through a strategic planning process, and I can say that although we're still refining that, youth is certainly a pillar there. So excited for the future. Look forward to engaging with everybody. If you see me out and about this weekend, please stop by, shake my hand. Look forward to meeting everybody, and good luck to all the exhibitors this weekend.
Now, if everyone could please stage all Berkshire Gilts to the south ring.
What do they do? Now I gotta introduce Tyler. Okay.
I would like to introduce and have another welcome for Tyler Griffith from the Nebraska State Fair Livestock Management.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Tyler Griffith. I'm the livestock manager here at the Nebraska State Fair, and we're really excited to welcome you to the 2025 Nebraska State Fair, and we wish you the best of luck. And it's day 8, and let's have a great day at the fair.
And I wouldn't do this in the barn. I would just do this in here. Okay?
Or say as we're starting class. Yeah. As we're getting the show started here, I'd like to introduce our judge. Jeremy started his judging path at Eastern Oklahoma State College for 2 years on a livestock judging and academic scholarship. While at Eastern, he was named Outstanding Student in the Division of Ag. He finished his bachelor's and master's degree at Oklahoma State University, where he was also a member of the livestock judging team that was named national champions in 2001, winning both Kansas City and Louisville. Jeremy has continued his judging career over the next 25 years, sorting shows across the country. So far, he has been to 21 states in his judge shows, such as the World Pork Expo, the Expositions, NAILE, Indiana, Illinois, Ohio State Fairs, and numerous other state fairs across the country.
Well, good evening, and again, it's always a pleasure to have the opportunity to come in and just share my opinion and work with young people. With this being an open show, we may have a varying degree of age, but nonetheless, I'm excited to be here. It's been a couple of years since I've been to this great state to judge, and again, it's very, very exciting to get back in here and to work with the people and the livestock of this great state of Nebraska. We've got got a trio of here that, man, they offer some differences, and, man, it's a little bit of a challenge and a little bit of a back and forth between these top two gilts in this particular drive. And ultimately, there is one that probably just comes to us with just a notch more stoutness of bone and foot and feature, realizing that this gilt maybe wants to get just a nickel tighter off of those rear pasterns. Nonetheless, the young man's gilt's going to win the drive. Congratulations to him. I would like to modify her in the way that she utilizes that rear foot, but I just felt that one's balance and just extra stoutness of bone and feature is what allowed her to go ahead and edge out a really powerful gilt that comes into the second hole. And man, you want to talk about one that's just got the skeletal width, the blade shape, and just that extra pin width when you get in behind her. And then she probably steps with just a notch more looseness and length of stride as you watch her get out on the go. At the same time, she maybe wants to tuck up underneath her just a shot, and then by comparison, I don't know if just her bone work and just her foot size went ahead and matched the shape and the mass that she had up high. But man, that's still a really fresh, wide skeleton, a big power hog there to be standing in that second hole. Rounding out the class with a real carcass-oriented kind of a gilt. I mean, she is just ate up with meat and muscle. This is another that maybe gets just a little bit different in the way that she handles her feet and legs, get just a little bit tighter, a little bit more rigid, and maybe just doesn't read quite as feminine, quite as productive in terms of skeleton as you start to study her and compare her to the other two. Really a nice trio of hogs. Congratulations to these kids and young exhibitors.
The winner from our Berkshire December Gilts was Miles Esau. And if you're following along in our program from top to bottom, it went 1, 2, 3.
Another nice pair of hogs to represent the Berkshires. The young man's gilt wins, and I think does so fairly handily as you go back and forth. Love just the presence, the pattern of this gilt. Really balances extremely well. She's a square-built one that, again, length of stride and hip and hind leg function and design is right where you want it. Love the feminine look that she has ahead of her blade. Kind of has just a good combination of those femininity traits, and then still yet coming to us with just the bulk and the mass that we need here in today's modern show world. The edge in terms of muscle and power comes with the gilt second. I mean, that's a big-bodied, big-ended kind of a gilt that's got a big shoulder that's laid into her. Reads a little piecier in the way that she's put together from the side. Gets just a little lazier there in her top line, a little deeper tying there in her throat latch, and maybe just doesn't read as comfortable as you put her on the move, but still yet a big, stout one there to be rounding out this class.
The winner from our January Berkshire Gilts was Trampus Carr. Placing second was Emily. We will now need Chesters to start staging in the north ring.
So you and Reese can do the banner.
really another interesting pair of hogs that are fun to discuss and maybe not fun to place. A lot of things that have some uniqueness about each of them, but I'm just not certain that there's just a way that it absolutely has to go. And we can take this pair in a couple of different angles. And at the end of the day, you know, if I'm selecting breeding stock to take home and put into my program, man, I've got to have these gilts that can be generators and make those Southwest bears. And honestly, if I can't sell show bears to 4-H and FFA kids, I go out of business, and that's just the simple truth of it. And so there is one that probably reads just a little more moderate in size, a little stouter, a little more feature of in terms of skull shape and blade shape, and an extra stout kind of running gear that's laid into her as you work this pair at the arena surface. I'd need to modify her when you get in behind her, and that's what makes this pair close. Ultimately, the young lady's bigger-legged one wins the drive right here. Congratulations to her. Stepping behind her, you know, we got to modify her just a shot. Hip hawk to ground. She wants to roll her hawk ever so slightly there on the outside of her body wall. But, man, aside from that, that's a cool-looking one that's got feature, that's got extension, that's got the right type of squareness of muscle that's laid into her. She was just ultimately wider, stouter, and just more unique as we get into the gilt and second. The gilt and second's a bigger scaled gilt. She's taller fronted. She's longer outlined. She's got more extension. And I'm not saying any of those things are bad. That's a good thing in my opinion. We're getting them too short and boxy for this old guy. But the bottom line is I just didn't read her as big there at the ground. Got just a little bit narrow in terms of her cage, and then we get in behind her. And then she's another that maybe just didn't quite utilize her hip quite as loose as what our class winner did, but still a very unique one there in her own right as well. Fun class to sort back and forth. Congratulations to those two.
Congratulations to our Class 3 winner, Isabel Runge. If you're following along in the program from top to bottom, for our Class 3 February-born Berkshire Gilts, it went 1-2.
Folks, my goal this evening, I promise, is not to try and reinvent the wheel or to make these big, bold statements and to shift the industry in one single show. That is not my intention. It's never been. I try to stay as open-minded and to judge what's given to me and then just do my absolute best to describe what I see and then hopefully come up with a logical type of conclusion that you can understand. Not necessarily agree, but we can just understand where I'm coming from. And so that's my goal goal this evening, and it's certainly not to reinvent the wheel and to preach to you, if you will. You guys fight it just as hard as I do. When I'm not here, I'm exactly where you guys are, and so we're kind of in this together, if you will. And so, again, all I'm doing here is offering my opinion and trying to be as detailed and as logical as these classes will allow us to be. And I say all that to say is there isn't a way that it absolutely has to go. We can pick and choose and kind of justify each of these. Ultimately, there is one that I feel just checks the boxes, and I'm not out to find the complete common ones, but I am out to find the good ones that are built right, that have some form and function, some balance and pattern to them, and then still has those extras that we all like to talk about that can make these animals special, unique, and memorable. And at the end of the day, these three do a good job of just checking those boxes. One of them is a little better balanced, a little better built, not the craziest legged, and if you want to throw a dart in that one area, I'm okay with, because I see the same thing. He's still my favorite. Congratulations to this young man. Big skulled, big bladed one comes next. Maybe got just a little bit different in the way that she's put together from the side, and maybe just doesn't read as comfy on either end of her skeleton. So obviously gets just a little closer out here between the two other class winners. We talked the young ladies Gilt in terms of just being a really wide, stout one that maybe wants to get just a little bit out of bounds. When you step in behind her, handle on hookup maybe gets just a nickel funny. We talked the young man's Gilt, the first class of the day that came out, and maybe she just didn't want to utilize her rear foot. Got just a little more up in those rear toes, pasturing. But man, aside from that, that's a really neat made one for this age, for where she's at in terms of her age. She's still doing a good job of just reading feminine. Man, she's got some length and some cleanness above her blade, and that's pretty impressive for where she's at. She's basically at the end of her rope. Her next phase in life is going to be to lay down and have some babies, and so a neat kind of a Gilt. She's my next favorite. Congratulations to this young man.
In the north ring now is our Chester White December Gilts.
All right.
Our champion Berkshire Breeding Gilt goes to Trampus Carr. Reserve goes to Miles Esau. Third place was Braden Dye. Fourth place was Isabel Runge. Fifth place was McKinley Stoller for our Berkshire Breeding Gilts. Congratulations.
just a few moments ago in the other ring talking those Berkshires, I made the comment about hoping to find pigs that are memorable. And this class will be one driving home, whether it's late tonight or in the morning. This is a very memorable class. Those are four very high quality chesters that, man, just read with so much value. Wish you guys the absolute best to see whenever these gilts get put into that next phase. Love this pair a good deal. And ultimately, it's little tiny things that kind of sort it for me. Young ladies gilt's going to have our class win. Congratulations to her. She comes out and she's a big impacting kind of a gilt that, man, just demands your attention. A very neat pattern, neat proportion gilt that comes at me big and bold and powerful. I love the blade system laid into her. And then that tells the story from there back. Man, you just start to work down her top line and, man, there is spread, there's width, there's dimension, there's freshness on the top side of her skeleton. Everything blends so smooth and so seamless from her shoulders all the way back to her tailbone, and then you get in behind her, and that's an awesome view. She is perfectly square, hip hop to ground, and then she's got flexibility, she's got power, she's got a good rectangular rib design laid into her, and she runs uphill, and she still has a good set in terms of her shoulder and her front foot and knee. A neat kind of a pig there to go ahead and lead with. Now, if we're talking about hair, and I know hair's a big thing these days, this one's a little hairier. I think it's easy to see that between the two of them. But you start to wave through that, and that's still a very heavy structured, big-footed gilt that she is very similar in the way that she's made from the side. In comparison, she's not as neat. She's not as good right there in her hamline hookup. She wants to pinch. She wants to wrinkle there. And then just in terms of just looseness of stride and just that range of motion, maybe wants to get just a little more upright in her shoulder set. Maybe just don't quite hit me as neat as what our class winner does. But, man, her bone work and her extra stoutness of bone and structure, it's what allowed her to go over the Gilt in 3. The Gilt in 3 is a very high-quality gilt in her own right. I didn't read her as big in terms of her bones. I didn't see her as robust in terms of her center rib and just that four-rib shape that we had in our class winner. A little flatter, a little more vanilla up high, and just not as stout. I did think that she was just a fraction more flexible as we get into the Gilt in 4. The Gilt in 4 is stouter. I think we can go back and forth and see that this one's got more bone, more foot, not as fresh, not as neat in terms of her body shape, a little flatter, a little harsher there, but more than anything, I just didn't read her as loose. She gets just a little tighter hipped and a little more restricted in her movement to go ahead and move any higher today. Awesome class. Congratulations to those 4.
Our class winner from December-born Chester Whites was Emma Ott. Now entering the ring are January-born Chester Whites. Staging on the south ring will be our Duroc breeding gilts. If you're following along in the program, the last class placings from top to bottom were 2, 1, 3, 4.
three gilts that, again, bring value, bring quality to the table. I feel very comfortable with leading with the young lady here to my right. She's going to have her class win. Congratulations to her. There's a looser skeleton in her as we go back into the other two gilts, a better designed one that just reads a little more feminine up front, a little looser as you start to work your way back. And there's just a longer hip, there's a longer front end, and then just a more pliable kind of a skeleton that comes at me square, that leaves me square. And then I appreciate her presence, her freshness, and just her show ring look as you get into to studying there from the side. The most extreme one, the EST gilt, comes in second. And man, that's a big-ended, big hip gilt that gets just a little rounder in terms of her muscle pattern, a little shorter about her hip, and then more than anything, gets just a little bit tighter in the way that she handles those two things. But man, that one, in terms of just meat, muscle, and mass, you got to appreciate that one a good deal. And there was just simply more to that one as we got into the young ladies gilt that comes next. And this is another one that's got really big toes and a kind of the short, fat toes that we're looking into. But in relation to the other two, a little more off-kilter in terms of balance, a little more pinched right there in her hamline hookup, and that's another that maybe gets just a little more robotic in the way that she handles her rear too. But three outstanding gilts there to wrap up these chesters. I guess if I'm just being completely honest and completely transparent, driving up this morning, I did not expect to see chesters of this quality. And let's just call it like it is. These are good. These are next level. I'd be just very interested to know to kind of see how these things did through the summer, because they hit me pretty good, man. Just lots of value. I think these two can make the breed better, just their skeleton alone, and then you start looking at the other things they have. Very, very neat pair. Between the two of them, there is one that probably just organizes a shot better as you study this pair from the side. I think her length to height ratio, her elevation right there at the top of her shoulder is just a notch better. I think it hits me just a shot better. And you say, well, JC, there's one that maybe is a little neater and a little longer there through her front end, and I would agree. But man, there's still length here, and then there's still just a proportionality advantage that I absolutely love. And then there's just bottom line more to her. She has got more spread, more width, more dimension, and then can still handle it with a great amount of ease. I love her comfort level. I love just the design, the function of her hip and hind leg. That's a hind leg that can actually bend and bounce and go north and south. So refreshing to see. Young ladies, Big Gilt's going to have it. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Emma Ott for our champion, Chester White.
like it normally does. It gets a little closer out here for reserve. We've got the young man's gilt that comes out of that older class that again just comes to us so stout in her rear leg bone, in her foot size, her skull shape, the features she gives you. In relation to our champion, we talked to her in class, maybe just not as impressive right there in her Hamlin hookup, and maybe didn't quite have the advantage in range of motion. But man, that's still one that is so good in terms of her side profile, her extra structure and feature and mass. Very, very neat pig. We have the young ladies gilt there that maybe wasn't as tall fronted and maybe just didn't quite have that extra spread, that extra neatness about her. But man, she's so long on each end of her skeleton, long and functional about her hip, long ahead of her shoulder and blade, and then just so fresh and well prepared. A very neat one there in her own right. And so it's back and forth. There is one that I think has just a slight advantage in length of step, overall freshness, and just proportions in terms of just the seamless kind of a top line, the neatness up ahead of her blade, and then that extra length of rump. Young ladies gilt's going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Jolie Clement on reserve Chester White. Now entering the South Ring is our December-born Duroc breeding gilts, and now staging in the North. Now staging in the North Ring is our Class 2 January-born Duroc gilts.
little more jammed up in terms of her head and neck, and maybe just didn't read as attractive because of that. But man, you work your way back, and there's just more to her as we get into the Gilt in 3. The Gilt in 3, it's easy to see that there's a longer kind of a neck and maybe even just a neater kind of a neck and jawline that's laid into her as you go back and forth. But at the same time, I don't know if that one just read as beefy there up high. Got just a little bit flatter there, a little flatter and harsher bodied, a little narrower top there. Maybe just not as dimensional in her overall skeleton, but still a good built, good looking one there to round out the class.
Congratulations to our class winner, Gemma Clement. If you're following along in our program, the last class from top to bottom went 1, 2, 3.
I think all of us, if you fight it like I do, and if you're just kind of in the trenches, if you will, and I guess that's kind of what we've always been called, the people that kind of eat, breathe, and sleep this deal. Man, if you're in the trenches, we find ourselves being so critical and just cutting every little inch of these pigs up and dissecting them and just having a hard time of kind of digging ourselves out and then just appreciating good livestock. And I guess that's where I'm at right now. Man, I'm just dissecting each of them. But I think we all just need to stand back and say, okay, guys, these are 3 really good pigs. They're high quality. They're driven well. They've been prepared well. This is good animals that will make this breed better. And again, it comes down to personal preference. For me, we get awfully close between a pair of them, and then there's some subtleties between the 2 of them, and honestly, we can cuss and discuss them and justify how we want to make each of them our champion. At the end of the day, there is one that hits me just a shot better in terms of her proportions, her neck and her jawline read just a little bit more unique for me. I love her head shape, I love her skull and just her jaw and just her neatness of neck and the front end. It's feminine, it's long, extended, and then for her age, she still does a good job of keeping fresh. She's not as fresh as what's probably going to end up being reserved. She maybe just didn't fill up quite as well today. But man, everything reached true. Everything reached genuine in terms of her skeleton, her bone, her flexibility. Just looks like a generating type of female. Young lady there in the middle will have her champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Caitlin Mintz with our champion Duroc Breeding Gilt.
Drop the young man in second out, and man, that's another one that gets right into the mix of things. Just another one that is attractive and square and the right type, the right build, the right form. I thought it was awfully close between a pair of them. What's going to end up being our reserve definitely has just a more robust rib, maybe just a fresher type of a look and appearance about her. In relation to our champion, I thought she wanted to pinch just a little more there in her Hamlin hookup, and then I just don't know if her front end, her skull shape, and her neck, and just her crest line read quite as unique as what our champion, but still a dang good one. Young lady here to my right will be reserved. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Gemma Clement with our reserve Duroc breeding gilt. Now entering in the north ring is the December-born Hampshire breeding Gilts.
Awesome way to get into the Hampshires. The young ladies, yeah, Gilt's going to win, and I think does so fairly handily from my perspective. That's a very well prepared, very fresh, good presented Gilt that is just immaculate in hair and skin and presentation. You sort through that and you look at the pig, and that's another one that's just good built, good balanced, the right proportions, the right bone work, and the good flexibility that we're looking for. A neat kind of a pig there to go ahead and lead with. The one that's the most like her is the young lady's Gilt here in the middle. That's another one that's just square muscled and square hipped, maybe just not as good out of her hip as we go back and forth, but that's still a very good high quality one that's just better built and square made, and then even probably just has an advantage in pattern as we get into the young man's Gilt that comes next. And this one here is just a very muscular Gilt that's got just tremendous shape and power throughout, a little bit different in the way that she's organized from the side, a little tighter and a little more robotic in the way that she handles herself. But man, there's one that's got all kinds of meat and muscle to round out this class.
Congratulations to Jaden Runge for winning that last class of the December-born breeding Gilts. Now entering the ring are our January-born Hampshire breeding Gilts.
Really a close call here on the top of this drive. Both of them come to us with just tremendous quality and some advantages over the other. And so I guess I'm backed into a corner, if you will. And man, it feels like every time that I find myself in these tight spots, I always revert back to three things: bone build and balance. And those three things have gotten me and blessed me very far in my own personal program at home, and just showing pigs with my girls. That's just something that I've just come to just rely on to go ahead and get my program through the years of change, or no matter where we're at. It feels like those three things can kind of get me through. And so there is one that I feel is just better built, better balanced, and just more comfortable as you start to study these two in motion. Young man here to my left is going to have your class win. Congratulations to him. I gave up just a little bit of bulk and mass and width to get that extra squareness of hip and hind leg, that extra looseness and comfort, because this one right here, man, she's a meat wagon up high, and you get in behind her. There is a tremendous amount of product in her, a big, powerful hip, a neat kind of a look, and young man's got her dialed into the T. In relation to our class winner, I didn't read her hip and hind leg as functional. Got just a little bit more robotic in the way that she used her hip, got just a little tighter in her rear skeleton, maybe even wanted to bind up just a shot more right there in that Hamlin hookup. But that's extra critical of a very high quality gilt. She's just stouter and denser as we get into the Gilt in 3. The Gilt in 3 is a good looking one that again is very good in her hair and skin. Work this gilt towards the ground, and that's one that gets just a little longer toed, a little more refined in terms of her bone and her feature and her foot, and even just her skull shape gets just a little bit flatter and snipier there. But man, I like her muscle, and I like that extra leanness, and man, just a good job on hair and skin and presence. Kind of the same thing with the young man's gilt that comes next, a little more upright in her shoulder, a little tighter and just stiltier in the way that she moves, and she too wants to get just a little more refined. Rounding out the class with another one that is long patterned, but she's another one that just gets just a little more tight in terms of her body shape, a little rounder hipped, and is just a little frailer in terms of bone. Really a good class top to bottom. Congratulations to them all.
Our class winner from the January born Hampshire breeding gilts goes to Tate Penke. Congratulations. Now entering the ring is our Hampshire breeding gilt champion drive.
For us all as show pig enthusiasts, I think we can all agree that that this breed, is kind of frowned upon. It kind of has a bad rap, if you will, and and for just reasons. Let's just call it like it is. But man, if these two continue to set the trend, man, we're this breed's going to be okay. This is a dang good pair of hogs. I like them a good deal. They get into my wheelhouse just as fast as anything we've seen throughout the day. And then as good as the pair is, there is still one that just exemplifies the 3Bs that I just talked about. And then she still comes with an extra punch, some extra wow, some extra rib and dimension, and just that unforgettable show ring look and presence and design. Young Ladies Gilt's got our champion. Congratulations. even closer and even tighter and just maybe even more debatable to decide what needs to kind of fall into that reserve spot. And I guess if I just, again, stick to my guns, there is one that just reads just a little denser in terms of her overall bone work and probably has just a slight edge in terms of just that extra skeletal width and power and dimension, in particular right in through her forerib, and then just awesome in terms of just her proportionality. Maybe wasn't quite as neat and tricked out as what our champion was, but still a very good animal. Young lady, you're going to have our reserve. Congratulations.
Results from our Hampshire Breeding Gilt Drive. Champion was Jaden Runge. Reserve goes to Ella Modal. Third was Tate Penke. Fourth was Lane Mahaffey. And 5 is Grace Dux. Now entering the ring is our December born Hereford Breeding Gilts. Staging is our January born Hereford Breeding Gilts.
Single entry to get us started into the Herefords, and a very good one at that. That's a good-bodied gilt that's got bone and structure for this breed. Again, a very nice project for this young man. Congratulations to him.
Our class winner from December born Hereford Breeding Gilts was Gunnar Spies.
very close call here on the top of this drive. And again, these two are kind of next level in terms of quality. And then we got some subtle differences to kind of talk about between the two of them. Ultimately, my class winner is one that I think is just a little more powerful when you get in behind these two. I think that this is one that reads a little wider pinned, a little bit better in terms of right there through the seat of her pants, and then just leaves you perfectly square. The young man's Gilt here to my right will have your class win. Congratulations. I do prefer this one's top line is shot better. This one's a stronger right in behind her blades and probably just reads with just more roll there right in behind her shoulder. But man, you get in behind her, she wants to play out just a shot right there in the seat of her pants. I don't know if she just read a stout in her rear leg bone and her skull shape, but that's a loose, comfortable made one that's so fresh in terms of her loin and her body shape. Young man's done an awesome job of getting that one prepared and driven. A good bodied one here that just needs to be stouter and wider. Same could be said about 4 and 5. Just not the bone work, not the flexibility, not the balance that we had in 1 or 2. Really a good class. Congratulations to them all.
Congratulations to our class winner of the January-born Hereford breeding gilts, Reed Helgoth. If you're following along in our program, from top to bottom for the January-born Hereford breeding gilts, goes 4, 1, 5, 3, 2. Now entering the ring are our February-born Hereford breeding gilts.
Really a neat pig here as a single entry. Obviously, we'll study her here in just a few moments. Through the years, I've worn many different hats in this industry, and by far one of the most challenging and rewarding hats that I've worn is just a hog breeder. We don't have a lot of sows there at the house, but man, we try to hit it hard and try to make each head count in being able to be competitive and raise competitive pigs there in Oklahoma. And so anytime that I get to see a breeding piece or one that maybe reads like a mover and shaker, man, I'm very much drawn to it. And no matter the breed, even if I don't raise them, I think this is and I guess I say all that to say there is one that kind of looks like a mover and shaker for this particular breed. She's an outlier. She's one that I guess you could go to many Hereford divisions across the country and probably not find many that look like her. And so, a lot of judges are using the term memorable, and I've used it my fair share as well. And so this one is memorable for this breed. Stout, good looking, fresh, shapely, dimensional, good built, good pig. Young man, you've got our champion. Congratulations. Obviously, that was a single entry that wrapped up the Hereford division, and so we've got a pair of them here fighting it out for reserve. And there was another one that, honestly, whenever she came out, I said, well, that one will be a good one to lead with for this breed. And she just kind of got beat by a monster. But that's still, my reserve is still a very good pig. Not as good there right behind her blades. It gets just a little bit washed out there, and then just wasn't quite as heavy-legged as our champion. But, man, in terms of just build and freshness and dimension, I love that one a good deal as well. Young man, you'll have our reserve. Congratulations. And then as I just start to weigh the good and the bad with each of them, there is one that just hits me a shot harder in terms of just being no holes and still coming to us with some bones, some look, some feature, and then a very unique presence there from the side. Young man here to my left is going to have our champion. Congratulations to him. Gets awfully close out here for reserve, and I guess for me, the one that reads just a little more comfortable, a little safer when you get in behind her, and that's the young lady's Gilt. She's going to have our reserve. Young man's going to follow up a third overall. Congratulations to these three kids.
Our results from the Poland China breeding gilt in Schroeder was third place. Now entering the ring is our January born spot breeding gilts. In the ring now is our December born spot breeding gilts, followed by our January born spot breeding gilts.
Single entry here representing the oldest class, and again, a very good pig. It kind of fits into the mold and the type that we've been looking for throughout the day. Big limbs, good looking, square built and sound. Nice pig to start. Congratulations to him.
We would like to thank all of the volunteers that are helping us today. Brian Droman, Brian Pohl, Kenzie Methy, Bill Jacobs, Avery Ruth, Seth Mitchell, Mandy Jackson, Jenna Brum, Maddie Pohl, Reese Hirschfeld, Shane Gallagher, Atlee Hirschfeld, Amy Pohl, Kim Hirschfeld, and Jason Hirschfeld. We appreciate everyone's help.
incredible class top to bottom. And, we've got a pair of them that offer lots of similarity in type and kind. And I felt that these were the two that were just the combination gilts that were easily the good built, good balanced hogs that just maintain soundness and comfort as the drive went on. One of them just reads a little denser legged, a little stouter featured, and probably even is just a little more cracked open there in the upper part of her blade. And that's a young lady's gilt here closest. She's going to have her class win. Congratulations to her. The young man's in the corner, might read just a nickel fresher right there on the top part of her pole, and might even just have just a shot more roll right in behind her blade. But as I start to work her towards the ground, didn't read her quite as big in terms of her rear leg bone, maybe just not the bend that we had in our class winner in terms of her rear leg movement. But I did think that she was just safer and more square, hip hop to ground as we got into the gilt in 3. The gilt in 3 is the outlier. She's the EST gilt, the widest, the thickest, the most powerful. At the same time, unfortunately, it comes at a little bit of a cost. She is of the top 3, the tightest in her hip design. She's the one that wants to roll her hock there on the outside of her body wall and pressures up her outer heel. But man, from the side, that is a stout, wide power hog that's just so three-dimensional. Modifier just a fraction when you step in behind her, and there's your class winner pretty handily. A lot of good about the gilt that comes next. A good bodied production made gilt that's a little stiltier off of those rear two, just not as coordinated, not as athletic. The young lady's gilt that comes out next has got another one that's extra stout, extra heavy boned, a little staler in her overall appearance, a little more rough in terms of her top line and just her overall appearance. But I love her bone work and I love her foot size. The remaining 3 are still very high quality pigs that get just a little more refined, a little tighter in terms of their overall structure, maybe just not those extras that we had in the upper part of the class. Good class. Congratulations to them all.
The class winner of the January Gilt of Spots was Halsey Watson. If you're following along on the program, the placing is 7, 6, 4, 2, 1, 8, 3, scratch, 5.
In the ring now are February born spot breeding gilts.
Again, it's probably one of those pairs and classes that there's some debate and some back and forth, and maybe just not an absolute way that it has to go. We're starting the class off with a young lady here to my left on the far side. I feel just from a compositional standpoint, that's the one that probably falls in line just a shot better, a little neater about her front end, maybe a little safer when you step in behind her, maybe just has just a shot more coordination as you watch her get out and go. Now, there is more chub, there's more body and rib in the Gilt than second. In relation to our class winner, she's a little deeper tying in her neckline, maybe got just a little wastier through the lower third of her body, didn't read her quite as good and genuine, didn't see her as good in terms of her overall composition. Still a good body production made one there to round out this class.
Congratulations to Livia Heinrichs for winning the February-born Spot Breeding Gilts class. We will now have our Spot Breeding Gilt Grand Drive in the South Ring.
Three really nice ones to represent the spotted division. We started off strong with a single entry that's just stout and rugged and still good looking. Obviously showing her age just a little bit up high and maybe just a little past 12 there. But man, just incredible breeding prospect that has just tremendous ROI as you put her into that next phase. And then we get into a middle division that was obviously the biggest and the toughest of the three. And then this one come out on top for rightful reasons. That's another one that's so good in her lines. Just a good seamless look in terms of balance and proportionality. She's also big limbed and then square built and loose made. Rounding out the class with another one that obviously is just maybe a little bit of the outlier in terms of just look and pattern. Maybe not the athleticism that we had in the other two, but still a good pig there in her own right. For me, there is one that just represents and then just does a good job of falling in line, of doing the things that we've talked about throughout the day, bone build and balance, and still yet extra fresh, extra cool, extra stout. Young Ladies Gilt's going to have our champion. Congratulations. Young Man's Gilt comes right out and obviously becomes an immediate contender. That was a tough class, and that was a tough decision there on the top. I love her looseness. I love her athleticism. And that's another good-bodied, good-backed one that, again, is so sharp and so fresh and so right in terms of her readiness. Keeping them together. Young Man's Gilt's going to be reserved. Congratulations.
taking a quick break, and then we will be starting up with the Tamworth December-born breeding gilts in the North Ring. Legacy Livestock is the official photographer. All exhibitors are welcome at the backdrop, and we'd love if you would stop by.
really a nice pair to get into the TAM division. The young ladies Gilt's going to lead, and I think does so at the arena surface. That's the wider structured boulder sprung one that's just got a bigger chest, a rounder rib, and just more spread and dimension throughout. This one might have just a stronger front foot between the two, and I certainly appreciate that. At the same time, the to
Congratulations to Morgan Janda from winning the December-born Tamworth Breeding Gilts class. In the ring now are our January-born Tamworth Breeding Gilts, followed by the Tamworth Champion Drive.
nice class. The young lady there in the bright colored shirt is going to have our class win. Congratulations to her. A little lazier eared by comparison, but aside from that, that's the wide chested one that has a lot more in terms of spread and dimension and extras as you get into the other two. Still fresh and good looking there from the side. Probably spent more time between 2 and 3 and then just trying to decide exactly how it needs to go. The young lady there on the far side is going to edge out the young ladies Gilt here to my right. I think as you just start to study these two coming at you, there's the bigger blade one that just comes at me a notch bolder, then probably reads with just a shot more spread there up high when she leaves you. Rounding out the class with one that probably is just a little bigger scaled as you study these two from the side. But as I start to turn and watch this one come at me, that's the narrower chested, flatter bladed Gilt that just didn't read as bold underneath or up high as he got up on top of them. But 3 really nice ones. Congratulations to them all.
Winning the January-born Tamworth Breeding Gilt class goes to Tinley Spees. Now entering the ring is our Tamworth Breeding Gilt Grand Drive.
2 really nice ones to represent this breed, and I guess for me there is one that again just exemplifies the basics: bone, build, balance, proportions, flexibility, and then she still comes to us with some extra width and extra dimension. I love the cage and the boldness of center that's laid into this girl. Young lady here closest to me will be champion. Congratulations. Another tough decision, and I guess for me, there's one that just reads a little tougher built, a little stouter, and then probably even just reads a notch more square, hip hop to ground as you get in behind these two. The little man will be reserved. Congratulations.
Our results for the Tamworth Breeding Gilt Grand Drive. Champion went to Morgan Janda. Reserve to Blaze McCord. Third was Tinley Spees. Fourth was Braxton May. And fifth was Braxton May. Now entering in the South Ring is our first class of Yorkshire Breeding Gilts December born, followed by our January born Yorkshire Breeding Gilts.
really a nice way to get into the Yorkshires. The little man's going to win the drive, and congratulations to him. Not one that's got all the flashy terms, and I'm sure I'm going to sound like a broken record by the end of the evening. But again, this one again just falls in line. We're able to create a pattern, and I'm not one of those judges that feel that every one of my class winners needs to be cookie cutter. I truly believe that good livestock comes in many different shapes and sizes, and so but it just so happens that we're kind of getting into a trend here where the good built, heavy boned, good balanced ones are able to lead the drive, and that's the exact way that I described that one. A feminine fronted, stout featured one that's got a good hip and hind leg, that's got the bone, the squareness to go ahead and lead with. Good pig, the drive of the drive. The one that's the most like her is the Gilt that comes in second. She's not as tall at the point of her shoulders. She's not as level about her hip. She's not as athletic, but at the same time, very powerful, very stout, very opened up. This one's stronger footed than the Gilt in 3. The Gilt in 3 is heavy-legged and, again, has some power when you step in behind her. I need to pick her up off of her rear pasterns and her front pasterns, kind of running on some flat tires there. But aside from that, that's a good pig there to be that far down the line. Rounding out the class with one that just didn't read as stout, not as athletic, and just not as fresh, but still a big-scaled, long-patterned one there at that. Nice drive. Congratulations to them all.
Congratulations to Levi Warren for winning our December born Yorkshire Breeding Gilts class. If you're following along with our program, the order from top to bottom went 1, 2, 3, scratch, 4. Now showing in the ring are January born Yorkshire Breeding Gilts.
outstanding Yorkshire class. We land on a pair of them that probably just don't come to us just cookie cutter alike, but they're both very good pigs, very well prepared. Both as a pair, they're very stout featured and very just fun to look at as you study them there from the side. One of them just has more gas in her tank, just a little bit more stuff and a little more, I guess, junk in her trunk. If you want to use that, the young man's Gilt there on the far side is going to have her class win. Beautiful in terms of just the picture she paints from the side, so seamless in the way that she's made. Her transitions are spot on, and she comes at me big and bold and powerful, leaves you in that same way. If you want to throw a dart in her, I'd like to lengthen her step just a fraction as you step off from the side of her. But the same could be said about the young lady's Gilt in second. That's another one that maybe just don't read as coordinated in the way that she uses those rear two. Up front, probably holds the advantage in terms of just the usefulness of her front tube. I love her bone work. I love her design. By comparison, maybe just not as neat in the way that she silhouettes from the side. A little harsher bodied, maybe just not as explosive underneath as we compare her to our class winner. She was longer reaching and more athletic than the Gilt that comes in 3. Another one that is very tall fronted and very strong backed, very shapely, and again, another one that's got a good skull shape. But as I set this girl in motion, of the top 3, this one's the tightest, this one's the shortest in her step. Just need to lengthen and loosen her on each end of her body to make her a stronger contender in this drive. The young lady that comes next has got another one that is just a good productive maiden one that's got a good production type skull that's laid into her, a little thicker and deeper tying in her neck, a little staler in her overall appearance, and she's another one that gets just a little bit more robotic in the way that she handles her rear tube. Fun class. Congratulations to them all.
Congratulations to Brecken Hirschfeld for the January-born Yorkshire Breeding Gilts class. If you're following along in our program, from top to bottom for January-born Yorkshire Breeding, goes 4, 3, 1, 2. Now in the ring is our February-born Yorkshire Breeding Gilts, followed by our overall Yorkshire Breeding Gilt Grand Drive.
Very good young Gilt that comes in and represents this age group. Again, we've talked a lot about, build and bone and form and function. Congratulations. Three outstanding Yorkshire Gilts. These are honestly just a little tough to come by. in my part of the world. And so, honestly, it's refreshing to see quality purebreds of this color and of this ear set. I feel these three represent this breed exceptionally well. And so whenever I just try to find my champion, there's a few things that come to mind. Yes, I want to cover those three B's in the basics, the fundamentals of good breeding stock or good market stock. And then again, like we talked about, we hope to find them that are unique, that are memorable. And I guess for me, if I take that approach, there is one that I feel is the outlier, the mover and shaker, the one that without question is the most memorable. Young man's Gilt in the middle will have your champion. Congratulations. Dropped the young lady's Gilt in second out, and there's another one that gets right into the mix of things. Another one that, if we just talk her for what she is, heavy boned, loose skeleton, in relation to our class winner, maybe not the wow, maybe not just the perfect silhouette, but still yet another strong contender there. I think it gets awfully close between her and the young man's Gilt here closest to me. The one that is closest to me probably pushed our champion the hardest in terms of just being a very loose-made, feminine-made one that, again, has plenty in terms of just shape and width and power in relation to our champion. I don't know if she handled her front toes quite as well. She got just a little more pigeon-toed there, maybe got just a nickel softer off of those rear toes, and then maybe just not as round and robust in terms of her center rib and cage. But, man, there's one that's so stout in terms of her skull, her neckline, her strength of back, her length of hip. It's all spot on. That's the one that hits me second best. Congratulations to him.
The results for our Yorkshire Breeding Gilt Grand Drive. Champion goes to Brecken Hirschfeld. Reserve goes to Levi Warren. Third place goes to Cade Zimmerman. Fourth goes to Jordan Gunther. And fifth goes to Hadley. Now in the north ring will be our overall champion purebred Gilt Drive. The champion Berkshire Gilt is shown by Trampus Carr. The champion Chester White is being shown by Emma Ott. Caitlin Mintz is showing the champion Duroc Gilt. The champion Hampshire Gilt is shown by Jaden Runge. Lathan Watson is showing the champion Hereford Gilt. Hudson Schroeder is showing the champion Poland China Breeding Gilt. Good. The champion Spot Breeding Gilt is shown by Halsey Watson. Morgan Janda is showing the champion Tamworth Breeding Gilt. And Brecken Hirschfeld is showing the Yorkshire Breeding Gilt. Our judge today, Jeremy, started his judging path at Eastern Oklahoma State College for 2 years on a livestock judging and academic scholarship. While at Eastern, he was named Outstanding Student in the Division of Ag. He finished his bachelor's and master's degree at Oklahoma State University, where he was also a member of the livestock judging team that was named national champions in 2001, winning both Kansas City and Louisville. Jeremy has continued his judging career over the next 25 years, sorting shows across the country. So far, he has been to 21 states and has judged shows such as the World Pork Expo, the Expositions, NAILE, Indiana, Illinois, Ohio State Fairs, and numerous other state fairs across the country. Thank you, Jeremy.
Just an incredible set of purebreds we've had to sort through. And before I name your champion and we get into the lineup, I want to apologize. If you guys have come up close, you've noticed I've got an eye that's just bloodshot red. I had an allergy attack last night in Oklahoma. We've had crazy amounts of rain, and man, it still feels like springtime down there with all kinds of pollen. And I'm in the wrong industry to have allergies, but anyway, I apologize. I had a little bit of an allergy attack last night, and it's still not 100%. So again, if I look scary to your kids, apologize to them for them. I promise I'm not mean. Sometimes my kids would say different, but anyway, I do apologize for that. I tried my best to get it cleared up, and it just wasn't happening. And so perfect timing nonetheless, but an awesome set of kids, awesome set of animals here that I've been very privileged to sort through and study and evaluate. And again, guys, I've just given you my opinion. Go to another show. You guys fight this just like I do. It is just an opinion. It's personal preference. When you get animals this quality at this level, man, it's just little tiny things. And any given day, they can kind of change and give you a different kind of look. But I'm very pleased with what I have. I do probably find myself studying 2 or 3 a little bit more. They probably hit me just a little harder within their breed, and they continue to hit me just a little bit harder as I'm out here studying and just trying to find the one that, again, is the most memorable, the most unique, and then still checks those boxes that we've talked about throughout the evening. Set the mic down. I'll go shake the hand of the champion. We'll get into our lineup one last time. Let's give all of our breed champions a big round of applause. This is a huge deal and a huge accomplishment to have the opportunity to show for a champion drive at a state fair. So again, I'm very proud of these exhibitors. I'm very proud of the breeders, and again, commend those all responsible for these animals. I'll go get you a champion.
The champion overall purebred breeding gilt was the Yorkshire shown by Brecken Hirschfeld. That brings in Levi Warren showing the reserve champion Yorkshire breeding gilt.
And then our reserve, what's going to end up being our reserve, probably had just an inch longer stride as he stepped in and just watched him move about the ring. And so it was back and forth, and it was close. Young ladies, Chester will be reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Emma Ott showing the champion Chester for reserve overall purebred breeding gilt. Coming in now is Jolie Clement with reserve Chester. Third overall purebred breeding gilt goes to Jaden Runge showing the Hampshire. The fourth overall breeding gilt goes to Caitlin Mentz showing the Duroc. Fifth overall purebred breeding gilt goes to Levi Warren showing the reserve Yorkshire. It takes a village to make this show run smoothly, so thanks to all of our help. Brian Droman, Brian Pohl, Kinsey, Seth Mitchell, Kendall Hirschfeld, Mandy Jackson, Jenna Brom, Maddie Pohl, Reese Hirschfeld, Shane Gallagher, Atlee Hirschfeld, Amy Pohl, Kim Hirschfeld, Jason Hirschfeld, and Jeff Meredith. And everyone else that we have forgotten, we appreciate everyone's help a lot. Now entering the ring is our Class 1 of light-colored crossbred breeding gilts. Legacy Livestock is the official photographer. All exhibitors are welcome at the backdrop. We love if you stopped by.
just an awesome way to get into the crossbred division. And again, I love how we can split the lights and the darks, and it just, again, creates another opportunity for our young people to exhibit their livestock and to have that opportunity to show on grand drives and get the banners. And so, again, big fan of breaking these very, very tough crossbreds up. And so, fall in line with what we've talked about so far. The young lady here closest to me has got one where stout meets pretty. A good-looking one that still has the bone, the shag, the flexibility that it takes to compete at the level that we're trying to do these days. That's a long hip gilt that's got a good bend and a good bounce to her hind leg. And then she runs uphill without sacrificing her shoulder set. And then she reads youthful and fresh up ahead of her blade, and then still has some spread, some dimension as you work your way back. Good kind of a pig to lead with. The young lady's blanket blue one there has got one that, again, might be just a notch more dimensional when you step in behind her. Very powerful made gilt that maybe just doesn't hit you quite as heavy there up front. She's still got a good stout skull, though. A little shorter about her hip, a little shorter about her step. She's certainly more athletic and just more square and true going away as we get into the gilt that comes in 3. Young man's done an incredible job on hair and skin with this gilt. A good-bodied gilt that, again, has some freshness, some sharpness there up high. A little more lethargic in the way that she handles her rear, too. Maybe don't blend her neck into her shoulder quite as well, and then a little tighter spine at that. But I did think that she was just wider and stouter than the gilt that comes next. And this is another one that's got a unique color pattern. I like that about her. A little tighter about her hip, a little straighter about her rear too, but still the front 2/3 of her is awfully good and awfully fun to look at. A shorter hip gilt that comes next, and I guess that's where I'd change her. I just like to lengthen her hip, give her more bend to her hind leg, and just rock her shoulder further back into her. Bottom line, she's just stiltier and tighter as you put her on the motion. Around her hip one there that just needs to go better. Round out the class with one that maybe just didn't get here quite as easy. A little tighter, a little shallower bodied there. Fun class to get started in. Congratulations to these kids.
Congratulations to Mackenzie Brennan for winning the first class of light-colored crossbred breeding gilts. Now entering in the north ring is class 2 of our light-colored crossbred breeding gilts. If you're following along on the program, class 1 from top to bottom went 7, 2, 1, 5, 4, 3, 6.
just another one of those quality elite level classes, top to bottom, expert showmanship, off the charts, hair and skin, presentation, and just quality of livestock is second to none in this drive. And then we have a great representation of that with the young ladies gilt that's going to lead. Congratulations to her. Love just the general presence of that gilt. The skull shape and the neck design. It's a tight neck with a stout skull. And then it transitions into the very top of her blade. Just gives her a very unique and quality look up front. And then that transitions into a really explosive rib and a really dimensional back and a big powerful hip and pin set when you step in behind her. That's a very unique kind of a look there and again, kind of gets into that elite level status there as you study her there from the side. And I probably spent more time between 2 and 3. Ultimately, the stouter legged, heavier structured gilt eases over the gilt in 3. The young man's gilt's going to be second, and that one is just burlier, denser, bigger footed, and just still comes to us with some dimension in relation to our class winner. Wasn't as loose designed. Gets just a little tighter and a little more restricted there. Maybe not as unique there up front, but still love the bone work, love the breeding value in that gilt as he put her into that next phase in life. Now the gilt in third's probably a little trendier up front, but as I work that one to the ground, gets just a little bit more refined in terms of her bone work, maybe just a little plainer in her overall design, and she too maybe wants to get just a nickel more lethargic in the way that she handles herself, but still from the side and up front, that's a good quality gilt. Love the hair and skin of the gilt that comes next. As I put her in motion, she's another one that maybe gets just a little bit tighter in her movement. I'd like to lengthen her hip, maybe even just trim her up there through her neck and crest to give her a better kind of a look and design. We land on a pair of hogs that look like we're fighting just a little bit of an injury up front. Those front feet are starting to get just a little bit sore and then just not moving with the looseness and comfort and flex that we have in the upper part of the drive. Good class, top to bottom. Congratulations to them all.
Congratulations to our Class 2 class winner, Kylie Hackbart. Okay. Now entering in the south ring is Class 3 of our light color crossbred breeding gilts. Following this will be our overall light color crossbred breeding gilts in the north ring. In the north ring.
step in behind this top three, and my class winner is just safer and more square and true. Hip hop to ground. Young man here is going to have our class winner. Congratulations to him. Spent more time deciding on how it needed to go from that point on. We've got a pair of them that offer a lot of similarity in type and kind. They are both crazy good looking, crazy stout and heavy boned. Both of them as a pair need to be better as you get in behind them. Both of them want to search just a shot on the outside of their skeleton, get just a little bit wider at their hock bone as compared to their pins. I just need to bring them back in and just square them hock to the surface, and man, these two get wicked in a hurry. I still think their breeding value is off the charts. I just need to redesign their hip, lengthen it, square them going away, and man, those two are absolute hammers if that happens. Bred right, I still think their breeding value is neat. Their presence and silhouette from the side is what allowed us to go over the young lady in red. This one probably has a safer type of hind leg when you step in behind them. I don't know if that one just balanced quite as neat as he studied their rear from the side. A little crestier necked, a little bit different there in their hamloin hookup, and then just not the uniqueness of make as you study them there. This one is 2, that one is 3. Sorry about that, guys. Dropping out the fist handshake, we don't still know these days. I get it. I'm sorry. The young man that comes out next has got another one. It just didn't read as fresh in her overall appearance. Got just a little rounder hipped, a little rounder shouldered, but still a good kind of a gilt in terms of bone and body. Got a pair of bigger scaled, harder ribbed ones that come next. The young lady's gilt, just a little flatter made, a little more tubular, a little narrower when you get in behind them. Same can be said about the young lady's gilt that comes next. Just needs to open up and freshen up there underneath. Still a good class all the way through. Congratulations to them all.
Our class winner from class 3 was Lathan Watson. If you're following along on the program, class 3 from top to bottom was 5, 1, 2, 4, 3, 6, 7. Now in the north ring will be our overall light colored crossbred breeding gilt. Our class 1 winner is Mackenzie Brennan. Our class 2 winner is Kylie Hackbart. Our class 3 winner is Lathan Watson.
We get, we've talked several times throughout these breed drives and these division drives where a lot of these guys, let's face it, they get the boxes checked. They're sound, they're good built, they're comfortable, they look like show pigs, and so all those things are kind of right there equal. And so it comes a matter of just personal preference and uniqueness of traits. And then again, we talk about the memorable things, the impact, the presence, those little extra details that makes one even more special. And I guess if I take that approach in this drive, there is one that, in my humble opinion, is just a notch more athletic, that is a notch looser in her overall skeleton, that's got just a little extra giddy up, a little extra bend and bounce off of those rear two. And man, I love to see this type of hip and hind leg in action. It's fun, it's exciting. It's not an absolute have to, but anytime that you have it, man, it's nice to really take it and grab it and run with it. I would like to just stouten this Gilt's jawbone just a shot. She's just a little flatter in her jaw comparatively than what I typically like, but thank goodness this one still has some bone and some fur. Not the biggest, most fattest front toes that I've ever seen, but more than adequate. I'm getting extremely critical because I want you guys to see what I see. Young lady on the far side's got our champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Mackenzie Brennan from Class 1 with the champion light-colored crossbred breeding gilt. That will bring in Leah Hartman with the reserve from Class 1.
Young lady, second place in that class, comes in, and we talked that one as being just really a stout sculled, kind of a basic meat and potatoes kind of a gilt in relation to our class winner. Wasn't as long hipped, wasn't as uniquely made, and maybe just didn't quite have that extra bounce that we had in her, but still such a neat kind of a gilt that honestly there's still a lot of life left in that one, and again lots of miles for that one to go ahead and mature and even improve in an area or two. So be fun to watch that one's a career over these next couple of months. There's another one that I felt pushed our champion extremely hard. We've got a pair of heavier weighted gilts, and the young lady's gilt here has got a unique presence. I like to change her in the way that she comes at me. Maybe comes in at her chest and knee, and maybe wants to get just a little bit east and west as you step in behind her, and then that leaves us with the gilt that the young man's got. And this one in relation to our champion was maybe a little more lethargic, maybe a little more robotic in the way that she handled and utilized her upper hip. I don't know if she just had that extra bounce. She probably had and excelled in terms of foot size and skull shape and just that extra stoutness of jaw, and that's what made it close between those two. So keeping them together, young man here to my left will be reserved. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Lathan Watson with the reserve the light-colored crossbred breeding gilt. Repeating our light colored crossbred results. Champion was Mackenzie Brennan. Reserve champion was Lathan Watson. Third was Kylie Hackbart. Fourth was Kaysen Bowman. And fifth was Lane Mahaffey. Congratulations. Entering the South Ring now is Class 1 of dark colored crossbred breeding gilts.
I always chuckle when judges say this, but I'm going to say it anyway. If this class is any indication of what's coming in these dark crosses, man, buckle up. We're about to be in for a fun ride this evening. This is kind of where we focus on there at home, and so obviously I'm like a little kid in the candy store getting a look at good livestock and good belted crossbreds. And so again, a very, very fun way to get into it, man. We pinned back initial sort, I think 5 or 6, and that's a testament to quality. And 7, 8, and 9 are still dang good pigs. Maybe just landed in a hornet's nest of a class and got out horsed in a place or two that pushed them on down the road where they typically would not have been. We land on one that's just a very good pig, and honestly, she probably came here for a reason. Young lady's belted gilt here is going to win our class. Congratulations to her. Guys, it's August, it's summertime, and for her to have that type of shag and that type of hair is very, very interesting. Would love to get a notepad out and see how it happened. I'm sure genetics played a little bit of role in that, but nonetheless, you push that to the side and you just study the pig. Man, that one's a unique one. We talk about skull shape, we talk about neckline, we talk about crest. That gilt's skull shape and just tightness of neck, tightness of crest up high is so good. And then that transitions into a big square blade, a rolled up back, and a good soft pliable rib, and a good bendy functional kind of a hind leg. You got a class winner, a nice pig to lead. I will take them like this all day long. Stout, burly, big-footed, big-armed gilt that's got a lot of natural, genuine shape and power in relation to our class winner. I don't know if she read as unique. I didn't see her as quite as youthful. Right there on the top part of her pole, got just a little meatier there, maybe got just a little bit more hinged up in the way that she utilized her rear skeleton, but I love her extra density. I love that extra just body and shape and mass that's laid into her. I thought she was just a nickel stouter than the gilt that comes next. This is another one that's just a dang good pig. She's long on each end of her skeleton. She's got a good square muscle pattern that's laid into her. She wants to pressure up her outer heel just a shot, maybe wants to roll her hawk ever so slightly, but man, from the side, that's a good pig, just got out horsed in this particular drive. I thought her length of front, length of hip was a shot better than the gilt that comes next. I love this one, stoutness of bone. I love her hair coat. I love her skull shape, but in my humble opinion, that's one that gets just a little bit quicker in type and kind. She wants to jam up just a shot more on each end of her body. She reads a little more upright in her shoulder, a little shorter about her hip, and as a result, she wants to shuffle step just a shot as I put her in motion. But I thought that her body shape and just her proportions was a shot better as we get into the stocking-legged gilt. Love the skull in this one. Love the extra bone that's put into her. A little harsher bodied, a little flatter, and just flatter there. And then that's another that maybe wants to get just a little bit wide when you get in behind her. But man, the front third of her body and just that type of skull, the width between her eyes, it is a very neat pig to look at. Be interesting to see what age and maturity does to this one. This one's a lot like her in terms of just frame score, a notch taller, a notch longer, and a notch harsher bodied. And maybe it's just a matter of maturity before that one goes ahead and spreads and widens as you get in behind her. But again, there's just more bone and more flex as we get into the gilt that comes next. And this is another one that's just a good pig, a little narrower made, a little bit different in the way that she handles her rear tube, lound out with a pair of them that just need to be stouter and heavier boned. One of the funner classes, one of the deeper classes we've seen so far. My compliments to them all as they head back.
The Class 1 winner of the first class of dark color crossbred breeding gilts was Jaden Runge. Congratulations. If you're following along on the program, Class 1 from top to bottom goes 7, 9, 1, 2, scratch, 6, 4, 5, 3, 8. Now showing in the north ring is Class 2 of the dark color crossbred breeding gilts. Legacy Livestock are the official photographers for this weekend and for all the exhibitors. They would love to take your picture at the backdrop for all exhibitors.
Awesome class that we have here. And we've got a top end that offer a lot of similarity in type and kind. And the combination gilt of the other two is the young lady's calico. Love the hip and hind leg. Love the extra bone and feature that this gilt has. She's better looking as you start to study her there up front. Just a very solid, very elite looking one there to go ahead and lead with. The young man on my right has got one that just has a shot more structure and bone than the gilt right beneath her. Love just the robustness, and I love the extra power that gilt has in relation to our class winner. A little deeper tying in her neck, maybe just not as unique in the way that she's put together from the side. A good built, loose structured power hog that comes next that just didn't quite have as much bone or foot as he started to work her that one towards the ground. The young man that comes next has got another one that just needs to square up. Chest, knee to ground, up high, really good and shapely. As we let the remaining hogs down, structure, flexibility start to become just a little bit of a sorting factor as you put them in motion. Still an outstanding class. Congratulations to them all.
Congratulations to Emma Ott, the winner of Class 2. Now entering in the South Ring is our Class 3 of dark-colored crossbred breeding gilts.
Another nice class, and again, maybe it just lines up just a shot easier than maybe a few others before them. The loose built, athletic, stout legged one goes ahead and wins, and that's the young man's Gilt. Love just the silhouette, the seamless look and design that she has from the side, and then just an awesome hip and hind leg that can motor in action like it's supposed to. Really a good pig there to go ahead and lead with. There's a shot more width and power in the Gilt than second. I love her pin width. I love her thickness and fullness when you step in behind her. In relation to our class winner, I didn't see her as loose about her hip. Got just a little softer on those front toes and maybe just not quite as comfortable as you start to put her on the go. But her extra look and her extra width and power and freshness, it's what allowed her to go over the Gilt that comes next. This one is a little shorter toed and a little stronger there, but at the same time, she wants to jam up through the front third of her body. Maybe, again, just a little bit rounder made and a little more east and west as you step in behind her. A real shapely Gilt that drops out next, and one that just didn't quite have the bone or the foot to go ahead and move any higher. She's another one that gets just a little more robotic in motion. The young lady's Gilt that drops next has got one that's extra stout, extra good looking, just simply needs to be squared hip hop to ground to make her more ideal. Rounding out the class with a trio of hogs that get just a little staler in their overall appearance, a little more fragile in terms of their overall bone, maybe don't balance up quite as well as you study them there up top. Really a good class. Congratulations to them all.
Congratulations to Ryder Braybrick for winning Class 3 of the dark colored crossbred breeding Gilts. Now entering in the north ring is Class 4 dark colored crossbred breeding Gilts. A big thank you to all of our exhibitors for coming out and participating in the open show for today and tomorrow.
Maybe a class that creates just a little more challenge from my perspective. Just a lot of mix and match as we're going to work through the drive. But the one that just continues to rise is the young ladies Gilt. She's going to have our class win. I thought that's the combination Gilt that combines stoutness of bone and flexibility with some skeletal width and balance and presence from the side. Just a good solid one there to go ahead and lead with. This is one that, man, just continued to work her way up. My initial sword, I didn't think she was wide enough, and I'd still like to just open her up and stouten her up. But, man, that one is so good built and so good looking. She just continued to endure the drive. She does need to be stouter, and she does need to be wider chested. But I thought that her extra softness and freshness is what allowed her to go over the Gilt that comes next. This one does have a bigger foot and a stouter arm. At the same time, she's another one that gets just a nickel harder there through her forehead. I'd like to just blend her and soften her there in her hamloin hookup. But another one that is just a very no-holes kind of a Gilt that was just looser constructed than the calico that drops next. And this calico is, honestly a little bit of a freak in terms of just bone, foot, and feature and hair and just natural shape and expression. Looks like we got a little bit of a hitch in her giddy up as you just study her there, not just wanting to utilize her hip and rear leg just as loose and comfortable as what I'd like to see. But man, that one is awfully close. We just change her just a little bit in motion. We can work that one up a good deal. The young man stocking-legged Gilt gets just a little wide when you get in behind her, wants to pinch up just a little bit there in her hamloin hookup. The young lady's Gilt wants to flatten and doesn't read quite as stout in terms of her leg and bone. Rounding out the class with just a really a good group of pigs that just didn't quite have the bone or the freshness to move any higher today. Really a solid class. Congratulations to them all.
Congratulations to Josette McConnell for winning Class 4. Class 5 is now entering in the South Ring. This will be followed with the Division 1 of the dark colored crossbred breeding Gilts that will also be in the South Ring.
Awesome class, top to bottom. I think that we reworked that top 5 or 6 or 7 a couple of times. And again, very pleased with the pair that we have leading this tremendous drive. One of them is just an outlier in terms of just extremities of bone, pin width, freshness of back and shape, and just an extremely long kind of a hip that allows a tremendous reach of stride and an awesome kind of a bounce off his rear tube. Young lady's belted Gilt's going to have her class win. Congratulations. One of those that certainly you're going to remember, and again, it's her length of hip, it's her extra bend and bounce, and then she is the most powerful to go along with it. Doesn't go without fault, and we can talk about her here in just a moment, but again, a very unique one there that was just longer hipped and stouter and more powerful than the Gilt in second. The Gilt in second is so good when she leaves you. She is so true from her hip bone all the way down to the ground. She is exactly where you want them. And then she comes with bone. She comes with a good proportional kind of a look from the side. And then she's square whenever she comes right at you. In relation to our class winner, she wasn't extreme. When you stepped in behind her, she wasn't as long or as square about her hip design. Maybe doesn't quite blend into her neck to shoulder quite as fun, but still an awesome kind of a Gilt there to be standing in that second hole. She's simply stouter and looser than the Gilt that comes next, and this one is so well prepared and so shapely backed and big-ended at the same time. In relation to 1 or 2, I didn't read her as big in terms of her bone or foot. I didn't see her chest as impressive whenever she turns and comes right at you, but man, I love her silhouette. I love just the freshness of back. That upper skeletal power is very fun to look at and study. A stout-skulled one comes next, and this is another that maybe gets just a little more robotic in the way that she handles her hip. Maybe wants to go a little more east and west as you step in behind her. But, man, there's another sharp back, big-ended one that's got a big stout skull that's laid into her. I love a lot of things about the Gilt that comes next. A little longer patterned, a little different. Where she goes to the arena surface, I'd like to just pick her up on her front toes and just open the base of her cavity up to make her a stronger contender. But, man, that's a good pig in her own right. A long-fronted, long-hip Gilt that gets just a little stiltier, a little flatter there through her forerib and chest, but still from the side, that one is awfully nice. We land on a trio of hogs that get just a little tighter in the way that they're made. I don't know if I just read them as fresh, didn't see them quite as youthful there through the front end. Still a very deep, competitive class. Congratulations to them all.
Congratulations to Kendall Goatigan for winning Class 4. Now entering in the South Ring is Division 1 for our dark color crossbred breeding Gilts. Class 1 winner is Jaden Runge. Class 2 is Emma Ott.
See, they're waiting for you. Well, that's okay. Ryder Braybeck.
Class 3 is Ryder Braybeck.
No. Why is that guy? I didn't need it.
There we went. Class 4 is Josette McConnell. And Class 5 is Kendall Goatigan.
This division drive makes me wish I had my trailer loaded up, and you guys would just be generous and just donate them to Cantrell Show Pigs, because, man, there's some movers and shakers in here. So, folks, let's give these class winners a big round of applause. Love each one of them for what they bring to the table. Obviously, we've got to find a champion and line up the top end of this deal. And there's a few that I'm going to be driving back home just thinking about, probably salivating over just a little bit on what they could do for the program. I'm very excited to see what they can do in their next phase in life, because I do think they've got that type of value, that type of quality. There is one I just can't get over. The way that she leaves you is so hard to do in today's world. I love the fact that I can talk about a long-hipped one that's still wide and powerful. I mean, she is packing some serious heat, and she is still so long about her hip design. She bends her hind leg like no other, and can do it all day long, and still probably reads and measures the widest and the thickest, and that's a hard combo. And thank goodness she's stout and good looking to boot. Her four-rib shape and just the base of her rib cavity, maybe wanted to just, get just a nickel tighter if you just want to throw a dart at her. And then, her crest is maybe wanting to pop just a shot. But that is so stinking critical of one that I would love to own. Young lady, you've got it. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Kendall Goatigan, 5. That brings in Mackenzie Brennan.
There's another one that came out early, and man, I just fell in love with her. She's binding just a fraction, and that's what kept her from really just being able to knock off that champion. And I would like to just modify her there ever so slightly, but she's simply the next one that I'd take home and see what we could do with. Young lady here to my left will be reserved. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Jaden Runge from Class 1. That brings in Trampus Carr. Congratulations to Emma Ott. That brings in Cooper Lovett. Congratulations to Ryder Brabick. That will now bring in Colton Knievel. Congratulations to Mackenzie Brennan. The results for Division 1 of the dark-colored crossbred breeding gilts. Champion was Kendall Goatigan. Reserve was Jaden Runge. Third was Emma Ott. Fourth was Ryder Brabick. And fifth was Mackenzie Brennan. Congratulations.
nice class to get back into it. The young lady here to my left is going to win, and another good-looking one that just is more square, more dimensional than the other two in the top of this drive. The young lady's Gilt in second has got just a very unique presence, and another one that comes at me with a stout skull and a big chest, a little more lethargic in terms of her hip and hind leg and movement. Just didn't read her quite as loose as our class winner, but she was more dimensional, bolder ribbed as we get onto the Gilt in 3. I love the silhouette, the top skeleton of this Gilt. I just need to drop her in her forerib and flank and just soften her body up to make her a stronger contender. But I did think that she was just stouter legged and bigger footed than the hog that comes next. And the Gilt that comes next, just a little more fragile and refined in terms of her bone, a little softer there on her front feet. The young man's Gilt that comes next just didn't read as fresh in her overall appearance, a little flatter, a little bit more vanilla up high, rounding out the class with one that just needs to be a little stouter, fresher, and sounder to move any higher today.
Congratulations to Reese Hirschfeld for being the class winner for Class 6. Now entering in the south ring is Class 7 of the dark color crossbred breeding gilts. If you're following along in our program, the last class order top to bottom went 5, 4, 2, 6, 1, 3.
young lady's gilt closest to me is going to lead the drive. And again, the combination gilt that's got stoutness of bone, a good hip and hind leg with just a good presence about her there from the side. I love her skull shape, fresh and rolled up high. The young man in the black vest is going to edge out the gilt in 3. I think just compositionally, that's a trimmer necked one that just reads better through the lower third of her body. I think just a notch more genuine, a notch more right in terms of leanness and cover, and still yet a good skeleton, a good sharp and fresh back that's laid into her. I love just the presentation, the hair and skin of this gilt in relation to 1 or 2. A gilt that gets just a little more jammed up front, maybe wanting to get just a little waistier there through her jawline, maybe showing just a little bit more cover there. But man, the round-bodied, really a fresh-backed one there. Just need to change her just a shot there up front. A nice built one there in terms of just squareness of hip, squareness of muscle. I'd like to just freshen that one up underneath. She's another that maybe gets just a little bit left and right when you step in behind her, but from the side, that's an awfully nice one. The black gilt there that drops out next gets just a little tighter, a little bit more lethargic, but a good skulled, sharp-backed one. I'd like to open her up through the center part of her rib. Rounding out the class with just several of them that are so close in the way that they're coming to the ring. A little tighter made, a little more tender there with the gilt that drops next. Just needs to be sounder and wider to move any higher today.
Congratulations to Lila Krupikchka for winning Class 7. Showing now is Class 8 of the dark colored crossbred breeding gilts.
another class that's just loaded full of good gilts. If you're a breeder and you're looking for replacements, man, dive into the Crossbred Show. So many parts and pieces that a person could plug into their program. Love this pair a good deal. They come with stoutness. They come with feature, a very high quality, really a kind of the show ring presence that we all strive for. Immaculate hair and skin, immaculate presentation, composition is spot on, loin shape, back roll. It is all right where it needs to be. Kudos to the folks behind these kids that are helping prepare and fit these animals, fitted to the absolute T. Just almost perfection. Well, perfection in my eyes. There is one between the two of them that comes at me just a little tougher, just a little bolder chested, a little stronger footed, and probably even just gives me a notch stouter kind of a look. I love her head shape. I love her neckline. I love that extra presence, the extra feature she has. Young man's black-headed gilt is going to have her class win. Congratulations to him. I could say almost the same things about the gilt in second in relation to her class winner. She's a little softer up through her front toes, maybe wants to come in just a shot more in terms of her chest and knee. I don't know if just her forerib shape, the heart of her cavity was just quite as bold there, but man, an incredible hip and hind leg, and then just that immaculate, seamless look there from the side with just an awesome type of a back that's laid into her. I'll take them like the gilt in 3 all day. Big, stout hind leg that's big and bendy and comfortable, a good soft body that's laid into her. In relation to 1 or 2, got just a little more mature looking through the front third of his body, got a little crestier there, maybe just a nickel planer there up high, but man, I love her bone work, I love her comfort, and I love just that pliable kind of a center and softness there. She's simply just stouter and bigger footed than the gilt that comes next. This one up high is very nice. Down low, she gets just a little bit more refined in terms of her foot, maybe just don't quite come to me looking just as tough there, but man, I like her flexibility and this. I like that extra spread and shape up high. The young lady's gilt that drops next has got another one that's just extra stout, a very genuine gilt in terms of just pin width and back shape. As I just step off from the side of her, she gets just a little bit harsher there in her ham loin hookup. I don't know if her top line read quite as neat, and then in motion maybe got just a nickel tighter out of her hip and hind leg, but good looking up front, big stout legs, and then just a lot of natural shape and height. Rounding out the class with just the black gilt and these 3 belts up here. These are hogs that maybe just didn't read as comfortable in their overall skeleton, got just a little bit more refined in terms of their feet and legs, but still yet very high quality gilts all the way through. Congratulations to them all.
The Class 8 winner goes to Colin Nabuda. Class 9 is now entering in the south ring.
The good ones just continue to come. Next level movers and shakers that just have tremendous breeding value. We've seen so many expensive looking show pigs that, again, are going to hopefully make a huge impact on the crossbred industry. The young man's got our class winner here. Congratulations to him. Folks, if you get a chance, step in behind that one. That is almost a picture-perfect view of a wide hip with a super square hip and pin set, and then that is a stout, fat hind leg that can bend in action like it's supposed to. You step off from the side of her, and that's just a beautiful, seamless look of proportionality and balance. She's feminine. She's youthful through the front third of her body. She's fresh and shapely and sharp up high. Really a stout, good-looking one there that, again, really love the view when you get in behind that one. And that's what does it for me when you get in behind these two. The Gilt in second might have just an advantage in terms of just that lower center, the lower softness of body and rib and volume there. I love that type of a pliable kind of a rib that's laid into her. I didn't see her hind leg quite as neat in the way that she used it. Maybe got just a little bit more out, maybe wanted to stab just a little bit harsher there by comparison. But man, that's another one that's very fresh, very attractive, and then that extra softness of body really intrigued me for this particular stage of the game. This one's probably just a little more attractive as we go back and forth. I love the extra length of this Gilt. She's a bigger scaled, more extended hog, but in relation to one or two, I don't know if she just utilized her hip and hind leg quite as good, a little more robotic up in her upper hip, a little shorter striding there as he studied her off of her rear too. But man, the front third of her body is very attractive and very fun to look at. A big stout one that comes next, and this solid black Gilt's got big arm, a big limb, and a big stout skull, a little harsher bodied, and again, maybe just a little tighter in the way that she goes across the ring. The young lady's Gilt that comes next is one that, again, is very shapely, very powerful up high. I don't know if just her hip and hind leg read a square. I didn't see her quite as functional, and she's a smaller-footed, more refined Gilt, rounding out the class with a trio of hogs that I just like to stouten up in their overall bone work. Got just a little bit tighter and a little bit more off-kilter and balance. Really a nice way to wrap up. Congratulations to those kids.
The winner from Class 9 goes to Braden Dye. Congratulations. We will now be having Division 2 for the dark-colored crossbred breeding gilts in the north ring, followed by the overall dark-colored crossbred breeding gilts. Okay, then who's my winners from all my classes? Right here. Class 1, the winner was Reese Hirschfeld. Oh, yeah. Class 2 was Lila Kopichka. Class, wrong number. Oh. Class 8 was Colin Nabuda. And Class 9 was Braden Dye.
obviously the second division, we got into those heavier weights. And again, sometimes it gets just a little harder to keep these things together, to keep their composition right, to keep them immature looking enough. And man, you guys did that, knocked it out of the park. And these girls just scream quality. And again, I'm very thankful that I've had the chance to come and sort through them and work with your young people. I do feel that there is one that I just keep coming back to. I'm absolutely in love with the way that she leaves me. She's so square. She's so true. She's so full in terms of her hip and rump muscle. She's got big arms and big limbs, and they can bend and flex. And then she proportions and patterns so well there from the side. Young man here to my left will have your champion. Congratulations.
The division winner is shown by Braden Dye. Now, entering the ring is Leah Hartman.
There's another one that, man, just hit me awfully hard. And, we talk about uniqueness. We talk about hogs being memorable. This is one that just has a memorable type of look and pattern. I'm in love with her skull shape, her neckline, the extra shape, the extra squareness of blade and back, and just an awesome kind of a rib, and just cage, that rectangular rib just lays into her. I didn't read her hind leg just as bulletproof as what our champions was. She's still the one that I like next best. Young man here to my left will be reserved. Congratulations.
Reserve goes to Colin Nabuda. That brings in Brecken Hirschfeld. Third place goes to Brecken Hirschfeld. That brings in Leah Hartman. Fourth goes to Reese Hirschfeld. Fifth place goes to Leah Hartman. Congratulations.
That's right? Yes, he was showing for Leah. North, so we got them all over.
Our judge, Jeremy, started his judging path at Eastern Oklahoma State College for 2 years on a livestock judging and academic scholarship. While at Eastern, he was named Outstanding Student in the Division of Ag. He finished his bachelor's and master's degree at Oklahoma State University, where he was also a member of the livestock judging team that was named national champions in 2001, winning both Kansas City and Louisville. Jeremy has continued his judging career over the next 25 years, sorting shows across the country. So far, he's been to 21 states and has judged shows such as the World Pork Expo, the Expositions, NAILE, Indiana, Illinois, and Ohio state fairs, and numerous other state fairs across the country. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for the outstanding job that Jeremy has done for us today. From Division 1, we have Kendall Goat again. From Division 2, we have Braden Day.
Sometimes I guess we all do. You know, we talk to ourselves. We've got an inner voice that we're kind of tossing things around on how it needs to go, and the good and the bad. And you know, we get so critical with these animals that sometimes you just got to stop and say, "Gosh, that's silly. These are so good." And guys, I hope that you see the quality. I hope that you see the eliteness that we have, and have had several classes throughout the day. Was at the expo a couple of summers ago and used a gilt that was probably one of the better gilts that I've ever had the chance to look and study. And she was a little one there and ended up winning all summer long and was named Show Gilt of the Year. And to this day, just still one of my absolute favorite gilts that I've had the chance to sort. And honestly, and I'm not just blowing smoke here, this pair and a few others here remind me a lot of her. The presence, the flexibility, the bone, the extras that girl Daryl had. A lot of these kind of have those same admirable traits. And so, guys, it's close between the two. It doesn't, you don't have to be, involved with this very long to see there's some subtle differences in the way that they come together from the side. One of them is just absolutely seamless in the way that she looks and the way that her top line comes into her. And then the other one is just a freak in terms of just extras of width and blade and pin width. And then one of the more impressive hip and hind legs that I've seen in a good while, and still packing just an incredible punch when you step in behind her. So, and again, you can justify it any different way. And at the end of the day, I gotta find one that maybe just hit me a little harder, or maybe if I was had the chance to take one home and work around it, which one would it be? So I'll set the mic down, I'll go shake the hand, and we'll get you a lineup. Guys, I know that we're nearing the end of the show, and I know that it's getting late in the hour, so I'd just like to take this time to thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for giving me the chance to come in and work with your animals, work with your young people. It's been an incredible show, very well ran, very well managed. Let's give the ring help and then the show management a big round of applause.
Our champion dark cross goes to Kendall Godigan. That brings in Jaden Runge. Our reserve dark cross goes to Braden Day. That brings in Colin Nabuda. Our third place goes to Colin Nabuda. That brings in Brecken Hirschfeld. Fourth place goes to Jaden Runge. That brings in Emma Ott. Fifth place goes to Emma Ott. We will now have the overall crossbred breeding gilt held in the South Arena. Now entering the ring is our champion crossbred breeding gilts. The light crossbred is shown by Mackenzie Brennan. And the dark cross is shown by Kendall Godigan. I don't know, but I need my light and my dark. Where's this mic?
I think we started around 5 o'clock today, and obviously you guys have heard a lot of me on the mic, and so we know what these things are. You know what I think about them. You know what I prefer, and I hope I've done my job in describing what I believe in and what I try and select, and these champions are just the epitome of that. Again, it goes down to personal preferences. We've got a pair of dang good ones here. One of them has just got a little bit more punch to her. Young lady's dark cross will have it. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Kendall Godigan for our champion crossbred breeding gilt. That brings in Braden Day.
You know, we those two battled it out just a few moments ago, and I would just be hard pressed to get them separated. Young man's reserve dark will have it. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Braden Day. That brings in Colin Nabuda. Colin Nabuda is our third place crossbred breeding gilt. That brings in Jaden Runge. Congratulations to Mackenzie Brennan for fourth place crossbred. Jaden Runge is our fifth place crossbred. We will now have the Supreme Overall Drive in the North Ring. The champion purebred is shown by Brecken Hirschfeld. The champion cross is shown by Kendall Godigan.
Certainly won't give a long, drawn-out speech. I know you guys are ready to get back into to your hotel rooms or to your homes. I know that this probably been a long week. I hear that this was day 8 or 9, I think, if I heard correctly earlier in the evening. And so I've been there. I've been right where you're at. And honestly, the last thing you want to do is to hear about all the things and words and wisdom that I have to offer. And so, again, thank you guys for the opportunity. I hope that you guys been able to follow me, understand me, not necessarily agree. I rarely agree whenever I'm on your side of the ring, but just know that, man, I gave it my absolute all. I try to be the judge that I'd be proud of if my girls were right where your kids are. And so, I wear many hats in this industry, and the most important hat that I wear is a show dad. My family, my kids are my life, and they're the example that I try to set. We work hard, we play hard, we try to do it the right way there at home, and I hope you guys are doing the same. I hope you're having fun. I hope you're enjoying the process. I hope you're making memories. I hope you're enjoying your kids being out in the yard, out in the barns, and honestly, the older I get, the more that matters to me. And so, again, thank you guys so much for the opportunity. Been an awesome show, well managed, well ran, awesome set of animals, awesome set of kids. You guys are first class. I remember walking away a few years ago judging this show, and man, I was just so impressed with it all the way through. Felt that same way again tonight. So again, thank you for having me. That young lady's a dark cross is a bad cat. Congratulations.
We are honored to have the Krapp family give an additional award to our Supreme Champion female. This is Chad and Kelly Krapp. This award is in memory of their son, Cody, who left us far too early, but I know we all understand and believe that he would be here in the ring with us showing top quality livestock as the Krivolovic family and the Krapp family has done so for so many years. What a great family, what a great tribute. We need to give the Krapp family a big round of applause for bringing their son's memory back into play by giving these special awards.
Our champion Supreme Breeding Gilt goes to Kendall Goatigan. And that brought in Braden Day. Our reserve champion Supreme Breeding Gilt goes to Braden Day. Reserve also receives a special award from the Krapp family. Third place went to Colin Namuda. Brecken Hirschfeld received fourth place. And Emma Ott received fifth place. Congratulations to all of our exhibitors.
Thank you for everybody that stuck with us tonight. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. for another fun, great day. See you.